OK ですね。はい。こんばんは。あれ音の開始が来てる。はい。これで大丈夫かな。たまにおかしいな。なんでたまに、あれだな。開始の方のミュートが外れるときがあるな。まあいいや。はい。戻って1回か。待ってね。このぐらいにしとこうか。はい。どうも、僕です。はい。今週最後、放送、金曜日はね、FF16 やって、間違った。間違った。起動するゲーム間違った。こっち。はい。なんだっけ、FF16 やっていきますよと。音下がったな。そうかそうか。メニュー画面と音違うのか。はい。これで OK かな。大丈夫そうだね。はい。前回どこまでやったっけ。もう忘れちゃったな。えーっと、新しい隠れ家に来たところかな多分。とりあえず行ってみますか。若干 FPS が低い気がするってなんだ。そう。英語音声だった。若干あれか、画質重視になってるかな。たまに見るとちょっとあれだな。結構きついな。あれ、でもパフォーマンス優先になってるな。
Lawsman Harpocrates.
Now that is a name I have not heard for a long time. So long, in fact, I had half forgotten it was mine. Welcome home, Clive. You were missed, as always.
I believe this belongs to you. Vivian asked me to return it.
Already? Our resident scholar devours books faster than young Tet does lemon tarts. Would that I could do the same. But alas, I no longer possess the necessary constitution for such indulgence, either in words or tarts. That said, I have continued my search for mention of the creature you encountered at Drake's Head. But without access to the great libraries of Oriflamme or the Dominion, I regret that I have been able to find little and less. I am sorry.
Please, don't apologize. I'll send word to our associates. See if they can't furnish you with more books.
I fear it is not more books that I require, but the right ones. Mayhap we look in the wrong places. There are still libraries to the north.
I'll see what I can do.
You are too kind. There are not many in this world who would indulge the whims of a tired old historian.
Not too tired to go filching Kupo nuts, though. Always got a pocket for him. Nicks him off the Moogle.
Hush now. We all know there's no such thing as Moogles.
The twins seem well.
じゃないんだね。
Aye. Yet they laugh far too little for one so young. The loss of their parents weighs heavy on them, however well they hide it. Titan took much from us that night, from some more than others, and the wounds that remain, they are not quick to heal.
Which is why we must give them all the time they need.
That we must. Just as I must give you the time you need to recuperate. Good day, Clive.
Good day. Gav will be back soon. I should get some rest while I can.
5年後だね。仙台指導がなくなってから5年後。
Not back a blink and you're already off solving everyone's problems. It looks good, Clive. Goes well with the scowl.
I'd had that brand for so long. I'd forgotten what life was like without it. What it was like to be myself. And it's all thanks to you, Talia.
The scalpel did most of the work. Ah, before I forget, a rider was here with a letter from Gav. Otto left it on your desk.
Otto stole us. All right, I'll have a look.
And then you get some rest.
What could Gav have thought worthy of a letter?
チェックがついてるけど、
Back, are ya?
どうだったっけ？
What's that for you, dear?
あれ？何が増えた？ストームクライガー？
And?
あれ？あとはアルテストーンか。これはいいや、もちろん。装備なんですけれど、まあどうすっかな。一応もうそれなりでいいか。あ、違う。これはヒットポイントが上がる。
Once the hall's swept, it's over to the tavern.
ジーロがいるね。クリスタル治療を制圧したザンブレクに対してついにダルミキアが侵入した。ザンブレクに対してダルミキア。動く区間の紙幣どもも招集されたようだ。大きな戦になるかもしれないと。
What does Gav have to say?
The Republican army is on the march, leaving Randalar in Hugo Kuka's charge. With him and his men occupied with the defense of the capital, they're less likely to trouble us.
Good news, then.
It's more than that. This is our chance, the one we've been waiting for.
But look how far we've come. All that we have here, our friends, the hideaway, are they not cause for joy?
5 years. 5 long years. If I could only command this power I've been granted, we might have achieved so much more. But each time I reach for it, it's like something is holding me back.
Summoning an icon exacts a price not easily paid. Your body knows this only too well. It's merely trying to save you from yourself.
And every burden I cannot bear falls to you.
This mission of ours has made me question everything I thought I knew. But one thing has become abundantly clear.
あれ水入れた
The crystals take more than they give. In exchange for momentary comfort, we must endure a lifetime of pain, war after war, loss upon loss. And now they rob us of our very homes, leaving naught but dust and ash.
愛の一体
But you're trying to change that. We're trying to change that. And to me, that's no burden.
I know, but
Try not to forget. We're only here because Joshua gave us a second chance. It would be a pity to waste such a precious gift.
he did. He was there. It wasn't an illusion. I heard him call out to Ultima.
炎の力だけど火がつくわけじゃないんだよな。多分懐に入れて、懐に入れていられるぐらいだから。
If Joshua is still alive, he'll be looking for that thing.
Do you think he will ever come back?
I know he will. And we must be ready when he does. To a world without mother crystals. To Sid.
銀食器かな。
And so the North is lost.
I knew that the blight spread ever more swiftly, Your Grace. But this is far, far worse than any could have imagined.
It is only a matter of time before the twins are no more. The world marches ever closer to its end, and here we chase shadows. Tell me, brother, are our efforts in vain?
Master Clive, a moment, if you... my apologies, I didn't mean to... intrude.
Not at all. We were just discussing strategy.
Speak freely, Otto.
It's Martha, from the inn. She's gone missing. Anyway, I'll be in the mess when you've finished.
Very well. What would make Martha leave the rest?
確認しなかったけど、あれグラフィック優先になってるように見えるけど、画質優先だとこれ画質優先だよね。若干 FPS 落ちる。パフォーマンス優先だともうちょっとキャラクターの輪郭がはっきりっていうか、周りの風景より若干浮いた感じに。アップデートがなんか入ったか？どこで見ればいいかな。よいしょ。こうか。若干でも違和感なくなってきちゃってる代わりに FPS が落ちるような気がするけど。
What do we know, Otto?
ここ見るとでもはっ
Some
きりしてる
lads from the Imperial garrison in Rosaria started a fight over at Martha's Rest. Blood was spilled, bones were broken. The usual. But somewhere in the middle of it all, Martha vanished. without a word to anyone. And that ain't like her, Clive. Something's not right.
You think this was planned?
Of course it bloody was. Ever since Eastpool, the Empire's been tightening its grip round the Duchy's balls. They've strung up everyone who's ever set eyes on a runaway, claiming they're traitors to the Holy Throne, conspiring to restore the House of Rosfield to power. And now it sounds like the bastards have turned their attentions to the pallbearers meek enough to stay put. Naturally, old Martha could see the way the wind was blowing, complained that it was getting harder and harder to take bearers in.
And now she's missing. If she's fallen into the hands of the Empire, we could be next.
Couple of curse breakers are already on their way to the inn. They should speed up the search. But if this is as bad as I think it is, you might end up having to save their asses and all.
Don't worry, Otto. I'll make sure everyone gets home safe.
大きいだな。あ、待てよ。サブクエが出てたな。これだけ一個片付けてっちゃおうか。あのクエストだけ、あれなんですよね。ここの港っていうか、船着き場か。あれだけ船着き場のクエストで、移動がめんどくさいというか。
Finish with that log, Slack said.
これ何のクエストだったっけな。
Damn blighted bilge.
Is everything all right?
船のメンテナンスの。
Aside from the holes in my hull, everything's roses.
The lake water doesn't agree with it then?
That's one way of putting it. And unless you got some grand scheme to suck the black from the lake like we do in the atrium, that slurry'll keep eating away at the timber like young Tech does our lemon tarts. Suppose a coat of pitch might stave off the rot for a moon or so, assuming we had any pitch, which we don't. Not any bloody more. Doubt the old tub's got more than a dozen runs left in him.
Of course, Obolus. Your skiff is our only means of reaching the mainland. Without it, we'd be lost.
Well, I'm glad someone round here sees it that way. To make pitch, you need pitch trees. But in case you haven't noticed, live trees are one of the 1,000 things sorely lacking in the Deadlands. Now, I'm not so unkind as to ask you to fell a faraway forest and lug the logs back here to the mere, which is why we'll be needing a suitable alternative. And it just so happens I once heard the thorny pitchers of Curltail Falls cover themselves in a sticky wax to trap birds and beetles and whatnot. Might be enough to tide me over.
Sounds easier than felling a faraway forest.
モンスター相場系だったか。こっからか。ああ、そっか。まだチョコボはいなかったな。よっと落ちるのか。どうだったっけ、微妙に操作忘れてるな。
Easier than felling a forest, I said. The trees don't have teeth.
これだっけ。 ジローがいつの間にくれたの？
Can't imagine Obelisk needing any more than this. Time to head home.
ジローについてくるんだったか。違った。あ、いいや。
What happened here?
Come on. We need to find the others.
Best off staying where we are for now, I reckon.
Let's get you to a physical, shall we?
Sid? What said you'd be coming?
I trust you don't mind. Also thought you might need some help. And it appears he was right.
You, could say that, yes. They're saying the Imperials descended like a storm. No one was spared their fury. Martha tried to step in and calm things down, but all her efforts got her were a pair of iron shackles and a hard march.
Any idea where?
Judging by their tracks, they headed towards Sorrowwise Bay.
To the Abbey, sheltering Martha's bearers.
The bastards. Jill and I will go after them. You take care of the people here.
We will. But, before you go, one of the locals heard something. He said the soldiers were talking about a culling. I don't know how big this is, but it doesn't sound good. Be careful out there, Sid.
You do the same.
Ah, そうか。テキスト表現が違う時があるから。
That was no tavern brawl. It was a message.
But a culling. Bearers are the property of the Empire. The garrison wouldn't have the authority to act alone. The orders would have had to have come from higher up.
字幕が早く消えちゃう時があるね。自分はもう何種もクリアしてるからいいんですけど。
If those horses touch an arrow.
ちょっと迂回するか。
Up ahead. Martha, are you hurt?
Don't worry about me. It's them at the Abbey who need you. You have to do something. Tell us what happened.
What happened? The damn Black Shields, that's what happened.
The Black Shields?
The bastards caught wind. The abbot and I were helping bearers. They were gonna hang us both. When the sick rose from their beds, poor souls turned on the Imperials. Distracted them long enough for me to get away.
Then they may still be alive. Martha, do you think you can make it back to the inn? Cole is there with the other curse breakers.
I think so. Thank you, Clive.
Black Shields. Is this some sort of twisted joke? There's only ever been one order of shields in Rosaria, and they fought to defend all her citizens.
Seems a step too far, even for the Empire.
Alright, まだ引っかかせねえか。多分シューってことや。あ、経験値か。2500。いる。なんで経験値かでもあれ。
Are we too late?
There might still be someone inside.
No.
Damn it.
I thought you lot were all spent.
Murderers. They drove the bearers to this.
Wait. These two aren't turned.
That bitch of an innkeeper must have sent them. Colluding with the enemies of the Empire is a serious offence.
What do
And
you
for
do?
their crimes shall they be punished. Such is the law. To dwell in darkness that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these our swords we swear.
How dare you speak those words? Have you no honor?
Clive.
This won't take long.
英語版のクライバー結構感じはっきりやつ。うわあ、でも倒しきれないな。まだまだですな。
Is that all of them?
I think so.
お、2連続かい。
I didn't see the abbot. He may still be alive.
Found
お手伝いをしてくれてた人だね。
The
僕
abbot.
はペアラー。
The bearers died protecting him, calling upon what little magic they had left in their bodies.
Clive. He's breathing.
We're friends of Martha. We're here to help.
Are the Imperials dead?
They are. Every last one.
If only that were true. The Black Shields will return. The cullings will continue. Rosaria will never be saved unless we save her. Tell Mother to beg Sid's aid and tell her this wasn't her fault.
I shall.
Sid! Where are you? Sid!
In here! We found a survivor!
違うこと言ってるな。
Clive.
俺はここにいるぞ的だ。
He's gone.
We've laid the abbot to rest. But the bearers... they didn't need to die like this.
No, they didn't. But it was their choice. They knew the fate that awaited them and chose to meet it on their terms, fighting for those who fought for them.
Martha said they rose from their beds, threw themselves at the Imperials so she and the abbot could escape.
I've gathered the bearers' remains. We should consign them to the tide.
There's a drawbridge not far from here. Radix jump. The currents there are swift. If the abbot was still with us, he'd have taken the dust there himself and performed the casting. I'll get someone to...
I'll do it.
Of course. Cole and I will remain here and see to the Imperials.
修道院にいたベアラーは基本的にあれっすよね、老人がいないというか、比較的まあ壮年、まあ年を取っていても壮年ぐらい。あ、そうだった、ボタン押す必要なかった。なのに石化が始まるぐらい周りもおるやんけ。B やったな。あ、C だった。待って。
Do you think it's spotted us, Torgal? What am I saying? Of course it has. It's a floating eyeball.
一方で、あ、外したか。こうで初代シドが死んだ時にまあ空母の紙幣に捕らえられた人ってあん中には老人もいたんですよ。力を使いすぎさえしなければベアランも年老いて死んでいくことができる。つまりこの人がどれだけ大事に扱われてきたかっていう証明でもあって、まだ外したか。外した。老人のベアランがいる国ほどやべえ。あぶね。ベアランを酷使する国ほど老人のベアラが少ない、いない。あとね。あ、こっち向いたよ。あ、いた。 あ、やばっ。あ、痛い痛い痛い痛い痛い。終わったか。
You didn't see that coming.
どこっちだ？こっちか。まあ、戦闘でロックスも喋れなかったけども、まあ、何が言いたいかって、要は年老いたベアラがいられる自治体とか国であるほど、それほど待遇に不満を持ってないってことだよね、ベアラ自身も。奴隷的な立場であることは変わらないんだけども。波風立てなければ、まあ普通に生きていけるレベル。
So shall the waters cleanse thee of thy burden, and bear it out to sea.
だから、フーゴの方も、そういうベアラの扱いが
And now they are truly free.
いい自治体のベアラたちを集めて、虐待してた。虐待して指導を
A pyre was made.
引き寄せようとしてたっ
It's
てこ
more
と
than
だ
they
ね。
deserve. We should go back. Cole is worried about Martha.
All right.
成功しても失敗してもシドにヘイトが向くと。
Best off staying where we are for now, I reckon.
多分石が。
What are you after? Doesn't look like you got room in your bag.
あれ？あ、メトロイド売り切れんや。何が入った？
Very well.
No one survived then.
I'm sorry. Before he passed, one of them bade me tell you not to blame yourself.
Doesn't mean I won't. Doesn't mean their blood's not on my hands. Cole said you cast their remains. That was good of you. But it should have been me. This was all my fault.
How? You couldn't have known.
But I did. And I turned a deaf ear to the warnings like the fool I am. The rumors started moons ago. Of black-clad devils descending on villages in the dead of night to slit the throats of sleeping bearers. But I assumed it was all just nonsense concocted by the Empire. Nothing but a ghost story meant to make folk think twice about lending a hand to a fugitive bearer.
And in ordinary times you would have been right. What these Black Shields are doing is unthinkable. Which begs the question, why do it at all? My mother obviously has a hand in this. I cannot make sense of her actions.
And picking what goes on in that woman's head is a job for someone with more time on their hands. Right now, I need swords and men to wield them, preferably big ones. If those Imperials think they can come in here again and threaten my people, they're in for a rude awakening. Oh, before I forget, a Stolas from Otto landed just before you arrived. He asked me to tell you that Gav has returned.
Then we must as well. Will you be all right here, Martha?
We can stay longer if you wish.
No need. I'll be ready should the Imperials come calling. Though I wouldn't turn my nose up if you were to lend me a pair of them strapping young curse breakers.
くら権力中でもエアラー虐殺をわざわざする理由がないと思うんだよね、アナベラに。そこまで。あ、いけねえ。チョコボ、チョコボ。
Try not to move.
Oi! You handy with that sword of yours? Course you are. Bet you're a bloody marvel with the thing. Now, question is, are you willing to use it or not? 'Cause a flock of noble chocobos are in need of help.
Chocobos?
You heard me right. Wild birds? Hmm? The big ones? And not just any chocobos at that. Whiteheart and her flock are the bravest birds you ever did see. They protect travellers round these parts from bandits and the like.
Chocobos? Fighting bandits?
It's true. Why, they saved me from a gang of footpads only yesterday. Nasty lot they were too. And now they're back, looking to settle the score. Oh, go on then. Don't just stand there. Go and help them.
All right.
There's a good lad.
Where can I find these chocobos?
I saw him cut across the way over yonder. The rotten scoundrels were driving the poor things towards the old dock. It's a dead end, that is. You save Whiteheart and her flock, you hear me? There ain't a pluckier bird in all the world. She's a hero to us locals. And don't worry, you'll know her when you see her right enough.
I'm sure I will.
And good luck to you. And give those no-good bastards a hiding from me.
やっぱ微妙なところ違うな。嫌う理由は、ベアラを嫌う理由って何だって話で、道具として見てるんであれば、わざわざ、ね、そんな何十人も狙って虐殺する理由は逆にないっていうか、むしろ働き手を減らしてるだけなんで、まあ先民思想と言われりゃそれだ、それまでかもわかんないけど。
A white feather. I thought Ambrosia was one of a kind.
力を使ってないだけで、ワンチャンアナベラもベアラの力を持ってんじゃねえかって気もし。どこだ？あ、それを見せるのに描写がないから。まあ、推測どころは憶測でしかないけど。
They're in trouble.
We got you cornered, Feathers. You didn't think you'd seen the last of us, did you? You've been bad for business. But I reckon someone will pay good coin to mount your head on their wall.
Not around here, they won't.
Oh. And why's that, eh?
Because she's something of a hero in these parts. You hurt her, and I hurt you.
Piss off. Or better still, how about we hurt you both?
All right then. But don't say I didn't warn you.
Oh.あ、いや、増援が来るよな。 ってんじゃん。回復してねえじゃん。やべえわ。あれあれ、おいと。間違った。
This one.
あだ。すげえ情けないこれ。ここにジルがいない。いや、ジルがいないって、そっか、どのタイミングで消化するかわかんないもんね。
You're safe now.
このサブクエ自体。
White heart, I presume. Do you know her, boy? That scar. It couldn't be. Ambrosia. It is you. You survived.
今日割とシンプル。
And you found yourself a flock.
Oi! Is it over? I thought I'd come and see how you were getting on. Oh, you sorted the bastards then. I knew you would. And the whole flock made it through unscathed.
Thankfully, they did. And not only that.
よいしょ。いいで。
Well, I'll be. I never stopped to think our hero here might once have been someone's mount. Though I dare say she'd suit a fine fellow like yourself. Reckon our feathered friend must have learned a thing or two from her master. Kind-hearted warrior that you are. Bird like her would have cost a princely sum. You born a lord or something?
Well,
Oh, no, sorry. I didn't mean to pry. Don't matter who you are. You done right by me.
なんか少し察したのかなと思ったらそうじゃない。ただ間抜けな人だったな。ある程度察したのかなーなんて日本語の時は思ったけど。
Is that it? You want to come with me?
そもそも5年前に助けられたことも忘れてるから。
Bugger me if this isn't a heartwarming sight. The lads down the stables will be hearing about this tonight. Oh, stay right where you are.
びっくりした。また都合よく眼帯があったようだな。
She does indeed. How much do I owe you?
Few scraps of leather's the very least I owe old Whiteheart. Oh, I'll be sad to see her go, of course. But she's earned her right to happiness and more besides. Don't you worry, we'll get along just fine without her. You hear that, Whiteheart? You've earned yourself some time off. You have fun traveling with your master now. You seem awful familiar now I get a proper look at you. That's it. When those chocobos swarmed my car on the road, didn't you?
若干間抜けた人だけど、すごいお人よしでいい人なんだろうな。
That fellow was a bearer.
Must have been my double.
Oh, must have been, eh? Oh, that'll be the excitement getting to me. Silly sod that I am. Pay me no mind.
まあ、あと一方で、
Anyhow,
ベアラーの刻印がないから、
good luck to the both of you.
ベアラーをやっぱり奴隷ではなく道具よりとして見てたから記憶に残らなかったとか、まあいろいろ理由は考えられるけど。さて、隠れ家に戻り、
Where's Gav?
あ、いいね。しばらくロザリア中心に動くんだっけ。ロザリア地方か。ロザリアは自体はもう滅亡してるも同然だから。ザンブレク王国ロザリア族領地。
Well, did you find me some wax?
Find is one way of putting it.
Reeks like a chocobo's arse. I don't suppose the Argo will mind as long as he stays above the waves.
Argo? So your boat has a name? I didn't know.
Yeah. Same as me old man. He was a ferryman himself back before the blight came. The boat's all I have left of him. And thanks to you, he'll sail another day.
まだまだレベルアップに遠いね。10万もらっても足りない。数百万っていうか、まあもうこの先1000万単位だよな。搬送までいけるかどうか。搬送しなかったらもう一周しようか。ドイツ語かなんかで今度は。バブ待てよ。バブ先に動かしとくか。
Clive! Oh, I've missed that scowl.
Where's my report?
What, no kind words for your old pal Gav?
If it's kind words you're after, you're fishing in the wrong barrel. Now sit down, you fool.
So, you remember how quick the Empire was to occupy the Dominion after the fall of Drake's head? And how pissed off all the other nations were that they didn't think to do it first?
字幕のバック
Half a
つけ
century
る
of
か。
independence gone at the whim of a madman. So much for their bloody treaty.
Clearly, the promise of unblighted land and the world's supply of crystals was too much for his radiance to resist. And now the Republic's finally decided to follow suit, using liberation as an excuse to declare war on Sambrek. Lined up right outside the Dominion's gates as we speak, looking to starve the Imperials into submission.
And now all eyes are on the Strait of Author.
While the two nations beat their shields, the rest sharpen their daggers, ready to set upon the war-weary
あ
victor.
の時随分凝った取っ手になってるよね。
They'll never see us coming. It's time we moved on the mother crystals. Four mother crystals remain in Storm and Ash. Drake's Breath near Ironhome. Drake's Fang in Dhalmekia. Drake's Spine in Waloed. And Drake's Tail here in the Crystalline Dominion.
With the bulk of the Republican army marching to Twinside, Drake's Fang will be left exposed.
That is exactly the move Kupka would anticipate. And if there is anything these past 5 years have taught us, is that he loves his traps. There is one place, however, where nobody will be expecting us to go.
Drake's Breath.
There's a shitload of sea between us and it, and I've never been much of a swimmer.
I have an acquaintance in Port Isolde who may be able to help.
Who's that then?
My uncle, Byron Rossfield.
My uncle.
Lord Byron Rossfield of the Seven High Houses, the trade magnate with holdings in over 100 cities. Wait, Rossfield. And you're a Rossfield, of course.
My uncle's name gave him his start in the world, but it was his acumen which earned him his fortune, along with a handsome fleet of ships.
Well, it's settled then. What are we waiting for, eh? Huh?
愛想笑いね。機能開放かな。あー、そうか。リスキーモードどうすっかな。
What are we waiting for, indeed?
どうなってる？資質。
You think it's alright to touch him?
アンブロシア、アンブロシアと再び会えてよかった。以前あなたがフェニックスゲートの事件であの子に助けられた話をしてくれたでしょ。今回ロザリアであの子が人々を守り続けていたと聞いて本当に変わらない正義感と優しさを持つことだと思った。ロザリアの心も素敵な指輪だけれども、きっとあの子はあなたにアンブロシアと呼ばれるのが一番嬉しいのでしょうね。わざわざ手紙をよこしてくれる。サブクエは受けるか。受けるか。
now, Martel. Sid, I was hoping to speak to you.
Is everything all right?
Oh, yeah, it's just, well, as you know, we've been trying to grow fruit down here.
It's good to know that something of the old hideaway still lives on.
Martel's pride and joy. It was a sapling when she rescued it from the rubble, but look at it now. All our hard work's finally paying off. I took it on, you see, after she died, and now the fruit's finally ready to eat. And not only is it ready, it's actually tasty. Sweet as you like, in fact. She bred the bitter right out of it.
Impressive. And welcome news to more than a few, I'd say.
I thought this first harvest could go to the curse breakers, on account of all they do for the hideaway. You couldn't take them some, could you? Seems better them coming from you.
It'll be nice being the bearer of good news for a change.
Oh, thank you. She always had a soft spot for that lot, see? And once they've had their share, I'll see to it that everyone else gets some. Here you go. Martel apples, they're called, in honor of her memory. You hear that, Martel? Today's finally the day.
もうこの段階でなんでこいつが自分で配れなかったかっていうのが今一旦その理由の一端がそっかまああれだったなファストトラベル飛んじゃえばよかったな。チェックだけ外す。
I hear there's trouble in Rosaria.
That broom's as ragged as...
You two look like you could use something to eat. Here, courtesy of Martel.
Martel. Now, where have I heard that name before?
Weren't she the girl from the Furrows?
Course she was. An odd sort, that one. Loved plants more than people.
Aye, and brave as a bane might. Remember when she ran back into the hideaway to collect them trees when Titan attacked? Wait.
These aren't those apples, are they? Well, I'll be. She'd have been proud, and rightly so. Thank you, Sid.
マーテルのことは思い出すけど、
Others weren't so lucky though.
今育ててくれてる人のことは話題に上がらない。
A gift from the backyard. For your service.
Blimey, these take me back. I haven't seen a hideaway apple since. Old Sid was the only one who could stomach the things. He'd nab them right from the branch, made Martel livid. Not that anyone could stay mad at the man for long.
That sounds like the Sid I knew, all right.
Planning on keeping that lot to yourselves, were you? Hang on. These aren't Martels, are they?
見た目でわかんだな。
I'm glad to see someone carried on what she started. Can't have been easy, not in the
ロザリアにも同じような
Reckon she'd
プ
be
ランがあった
happy
の
knowing
に
all her hard work didn't go to waste. Clive, tell the lad down in the backyard to run some over.
自分で行けって話なんだけどな。
Not so much as a thank you. Well, I've got some manners at least. Thanks, Sid. You can leave the basket with me. I'll see that the others get their share. Oh, and give our compliments to the gardener, won't you?
That was the last of the apples. I should head to the backyard and pass along everyone's regards.
Not that I'm planning a journey.
まあ、毛嫌いしてるわけじゃないけど、まあ苦手なんだろうな。 周りが苦手と思われてんだな。
Oh, Clive! Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
The Patron's Whisper? Does that mean someone else is taking care of our friend's donations?
Oh no, that's still me. It's just Karen has her toll, Blackthorn has his hammer. I thought a new name might liven things up. I still catalogue every item that arrives, in addition to setting aside those tokens of appreciation the sender has specified are to be presented to you personally. Would you like to see if we have any? Come to claim your just desserts? You earned this.
あ、そっか、アビリティポイントはもうあるか。
Here you
なん
are.
だか。
All done?
あと、こいつ。
What's the matter, Nectar? The hunt board? It's where the curse breakers post sightings of particularly fearsome beasts. Those that might pose a threat to our operations if they were left to roam free. Just because they can't be dealt with when they're spotted, doesn't mean they can't be dealt with later. Was that what you wanted to know?
あ、そうか、これは。そうよ。喋るわけじゃなかった、こいつ。
Right. Well, leaving your mightiness aside for the moment, the people of Valisthea are going through a lot already. What with the blight and the war, the last thing they need is ungodly fiends terrorizing them on top of everything else. So if the curse breakers are too busy to help, then perhaps I can. Or at least I can try.
あ、そうだ。完了してやる。上から目線。まあ、リスキモブは、原則クリア直前まで消えたりしないから、まあ、とりあえず、当分放置。
Them old apples were enough to curdle your guts.
That broom's as ragged as goat.
とりあえず報告して、
I hear there's trouble in Rosaria.
ああ、そっか。ロザリアのおじのところに、ポートイゾルデに向かうんだっけ？あれ、引っかかった。
Curse breakers send their thanks. And their compliments. They were clearly very fond of Martel.
They remembered her? After all these years? I suppose she was very kind, even to a tongue-tied lummox like me. You were one of the good ones, Martel. Why did you have to die? She put everything into her work. She wasn't going to rest until we had fruit sweet enough to enjoy. And now we do. When she died, I named a sapling after her. And now it's a full-grown tree. Martel lives on through the fruit it bears.
And through you. Her dream would have died with her, had you not kept it alive. That's something to be proud of.
I didn't do anything really, but thank you. You're kinder to me than I deserve.
By the way, Otto's expecting some of your crop. And I wouldn't mind some of it either, if that's not too much to ask.
Of course not. I'll see that you're both well provided for. They like your fruit, Martel. Isn't that wonderful? I'd say it's about time we planted you some siblings, don't you think?
顔いっぱいと、でもまあ、これ、この木1本だもんね。そんなに収穫できないような気がするけど。あ、 あれでも1カゴ10個ぐらい入ってたとして2カゴ分すでに取った20個。あれそんなに鈴なりになるんだ。まあわかんないけどね、この世界のやつは。王国属領な。
Do you think it was wise to leave, Gav? He didn't seem pleased.
I needed his eyes and nose in Dhalmekia. I'm not about to let Kupka take us unawares. Besides, he has a knack for that sort of thing.
That he does.
And wasn't it Sid who said that matters such as these are best left to dominance? Especially should one of his beloved opportunities to grow and change present itself.
I always knew that I would return one day. Return to Ironhome.
For what?
After learning the truth, you were given the chance to face your past. If I am to continue at your side, I must do the same.
We will face it together then.
To the end.
Come on.
How far do you think your mother's reach extends? Will we find the same tragedy in the south as we did at Martha's Rest?
More than likely. Which is why we should hurry. There are still many settlements between here and Port Isolde. We visit as many as we can and hear their stories. Starting with the village of Amber.
Ready, girl? Fly, Ambrosia.
All right.
飛ぶように走るみたいな。
Mockery of justice is what it is. Lord Elwyn would never have stood for this.
Quiet, you! Nothing, we're loyalists.
Jill, look.
Rosaria must be cleansed of the stain which befouls her, that she might rise once again from the ashes to welcome a new dawn. 'Twould be a pity to make examples of you all, for the transgressions of but a handful.
Of course, your lordship. You shall have our full cooperation.
What business could the Black Shields have in a village this small? There's barely room to hide a bearer.
Then they must be here for something else.
You fancy dancing a gallows jig like the millers?
棟梁ってそんな
I
安
ain't
く
got
手に入んの
much,
かね。
but what's mine is yours for a price.
なんだ青のサガダイってこれなんだっけ？リミットブレーキゲージこれキョッパー持ってたよね。確か。
There you are.
と5つ。
Much obliged.
なんだっけ青の房飾材。違う。青。これか。そうだね。12%。これは6%。
Very well.
うわ、こいつだ。
Excuse me, but what was all that about earlier?
You haven't heard? Someone's been stirring up trouble. There have been attacks on the garrison, supplies stolen. They even say a Black Shield was murdered. The Empire wants answers, and what the Empire wants, Empire gets.
Don't they just?
Keep your ears open, eh? The Black Shields will pay good coin for information on the culprits. You'd have to be dull as a sack of stone.
すごい立ちついちゃうこれじゃ。いやー、そういうことか。夢見がちな青年って。
You seen him, didn't you?
I'm sorry.
The Black Shields. Just now. You seen them, didn't you? At least I think there was a Black Shields. Can't say I ever saw one before.
Was this the first time they visited the village?
What do you think? Amber's the arse end of nowhere. And they thought we might be harboring firebrands. Huh. If only we were. I might have turned them in and become a Black Shield myself.
You don't think these firebrands the Empire is looking for could be us, do you?
I don't know.
How'd you get it?
But we need to find out.
どこだ？どこだ？
Now feel good, boy.
Word is,
違うな。
Port Isolde's closed her gates to all but the Highborn, and now a great camp's sprung up along the walls.
この周辺か。開いていた。
Greetings, friend. We are travelers.
I know that. What do you want?
We couldn't help noticing those Imperial soldiers who were here earlier.
Don't you go telling these strangers a thing. I speak for the people of this village, and we have nothing more to say to you. You are to leave Amber and never come back.
May I at least ask why?
What is?
I don't know who you are or what brings you here, but your presence puts us all in grave danger. The Empire is a harsh master. Its demands are great, and its justice swift. But as long as we keep our heads down and pay our tributes, we are left alone. Some might call it submission. But if it will spare my people the Viceroy's wrath, then I will gladly submit. This village will not become another East Pool.
Then we shall be on our way.
購買が落とし。
These people live with a knife to their throats. In the mistaken belief that if they cooperate, my mother will show them mercy.
Obedience bought with fear.
Are you all right?
Sorry, It's nothing. We still don't know who the Black Shields are looking for.
Well, whoever they are, the Imperials deem them worth pursuing to the back of beyond. But other than Martha, who else in Rosari would have the courage to stand against the Empire? A new ally would certainly be welcome. Can we find them before the Imperials do? Perhaps the next village will yield more answers.
Perhaps.
ああ、いたな。あれ？ちょっと待って。そっちいいか？そこか。
This pass will take us through the mountains.
And directly into the path of whoever or whatever lurks here.
Ever since the apothecary, we've seen more and more of these echoes.
What do you think is waking them? The mother crystals collapsed?
I have an idea. You're not going to like it.
どこにいる？なんかいる。
Titan! Enough! Oh, kill!
370っていうか、ああ、2ルートあるのか。で、あれだったんです。敵があと何箇所か。
Over here! Stay down! Go for it! Get him! Go for it! You lose!
この先はまだちょっと余裕あったかな。いるなぁ。
This one. Go for it. Sick him. Get him.
この先か。まだいたっけかな。いたな。
More of my mother's men.
これでやられがあって。あ、違う、こっちじゃない？ん？ここか？違うな。あれどこだ？トルガル？あれ？トルガルもあんの？この先にもいたよな、まだな。いや、余計な。余計なことやった。
Blood, Clive.
Blood, Clive.
And still wet.
You were told to stay in your homes.
The Black Shields.
You know who we are, and still, you would bear your steel. Why then, we owe you our thanks. You have saved us the trouble of an interrogation. To dwell in darkness, that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these, our swords we swear.
Say that again.
I'll show you a true shield of Rosaria.
Get him! Stay down!
Stay down. あ、 じゃあいてー役立ち
Tell me what I want and the end will be swift. Who are you looking for?
Why, you. We come bearing a message. Your friends have been found. The branded you freed from our camps. They await you in ordeal. Guardians of the Flame.
Those are Old Hill's gates.
Then we hurry.
やっぱすごいね。演技の方向性っていうか、なんだろう、まあ、なんだろう、思考が違うというか、まあ、日本語には日本語の違いもある、良さもあるし、こっちはこっちでやたらリアルで。だからやっぱり声優舞台、俳優という演じ方というよりは、ハリウッドやっぱり俳優系にしてんのかな、声優は。だから多分ギャラもそこそこいい値段するのかもわかんないね。
Founder.
あれ一人だけ逆さにする意味はここにはあれだな。あ、もう一人いた。
This was my mother's doing.
助けてもらった。この村にあれだね。老人のベアラがいるね。
Why would anyone?
I don't know. I never truly understood her.
ということは、
But this.
Clive.
ザンブレクとかに比べてベアラーの待遇はそんな悪い村ではなかったからこそ、まあこういうことになってしまった可能性があるわけだけど。
I will learn what madness drives her, and I will end it. We should go.
Yes.
We can't leave them here like this.
どこだ？この先？だな。
We won't. But if the Black Shields have made it this far south, they may already be in Port Isolde.
もう開いてる？あ、ダメか。村の中はチョコボは入ってこれないらしい。そういえばそうだったな。
We're approaching Buick Bridge. Though I doubt the Empire would let us cross over to Rosalith.
あれこれ道中
I can walk from here.
だよな。
I did, Mummy. I could hear him shouting from down the road.
Hush now. You didn't hear nothing.
They're all Rosarian.
But this is their home.
What? チョコボ禁止エリア長いな。
Good girl.
おった。
I needed that.
The Lazarus. What happened to this place?
My mother happened. The nobles who lived here didn't stand a chance. Let's hope my uncle fared better.
あれ言ってること違うな。自分の母親は一体何を
That's the main gate. And it looks like we're not the only ones hoping to get in.
そんな感じのニュアンスに聞こえたけど。
Let us pass! My children are starving! Have mercy! Voice-ridden dogs they are! You can't ignore us forever!
Let us in, or we'll die on your doorstep.
Better out there than in here.
Good enough for us.
Fuck off.
Hang the chinless bastards! Those crystals belong to us all! They need ours!
I said,
away with you,
off.
filth!
Back to your
あ、こうなるのね。ベアラーも取り上げておいちゃうし。取り上げるっていうか、
No
結構
chance of slipping through unnoticed. We'll need to find another way in. I thought we might be able to reason with the guards. Or at least bribe them.
I suspect everyone in that crowd thought the same. Was that the only way in?
Officially, yes. Strictly speaking, no. My uncle once told me that the nobles had tunnels built, so that they could visit town without having to walk amongst the rabble. The Lazarus. We'll find our way into the city there.
If you're sure. The entire place looked abandoned. Do you think it's safe?
As long as it is abandoned.
The good news is we haven't seen a single black shield since Old Hill.
Maybe they found who they were looking for.
Yeah!
いつもジル先行するんだよね。やる気に満ち溢れすぎてて。
Thanks, gal.
若干引くぐらい。
This is nothing like I remember it.
How quickly a crown can lose its luster.
Not abandoned then.
Oi! Visitors!
Oi.
Apologies. We'll show ourselves out.
Apologies. これ FF10 の指笛と同じ。吹き方だよね。いいって。あ、やる？これでもゾーン来るよね、多分。いたー。 なんだ、転生の炎を温存する必要なかったな。
I've only ever seen one man fight like that. And he's long dead.
Then perhaps it's time you joined him.
The blessing of the Phoenix. It can't be. I was there when you died. Forgive me, my lord. I knew not whom I addressed. You have naught to fear from us. Founder, it really is you.
It is. So wait.
We can speak inside.
分かりづらいけど、下に鎧着込んでるからみんなマッチョに見えるだけだよね。
And those who wouldn't
体がで
bend
か
the
いんでは
knee.
なく。
We left before the Empire could make examples of us, though we didn't go far. And we banded together to form the Guardians of the Flame soon after. Alas, there is only so much a handful of aging shields can do against the might of an empire. But we've seen to it that their stay has been anything but pleasant. Of late, though, we've had our hands full just trying to keep the Duchy's few remaining bearers out of the Imperial's clutches.
The Cullings. We saw what happened in Old Hill.
Aye, the foul work of the Black Shields and their mistress.
You mean my mother? But it doesn't make sense. Even knowing what I know about her. Her hatred for bearers was no secret, but she wouldn't have been ignorant of their value to the realm.
No offense, my lord. But in case you haven't noticed, the Lady Annabella couldn't care less about the realm. She barely even cares for her own home. That much has been plain since the slaughter at Eastpool. And, since granting the Holy Emperor a new heir, her obsession with bearers only seems to have grown. As to why, I don't know. Maybe she can't bear the thought of anyone having the power to challenge her beloved son.
Her son.
Sir Wade, the Black Shields have broken camp. They march in full force for Buick Bridge. Then so do we. Make ready. This is their main host. If we remove the head, perhaps we can prevent what happened at the docks from happening somewhere else. If I do nothing, then the blood of their next victims will be on my hands.
Yours and ours. We too have witnessed the crimes these men who dare call themselves shields have committed in my mother's name. It cannot be allowed to continue. We must put a stop to this madness.
We must. So let us go with you. For the good of Rosaria.
これね、一回クリアしたから言っちゃうけど、
I was hoping
ク
you'd
ライ
say
ブ
that.
の女子はもう、アナベラのことを最後まで母上っていう
If that is your wish, I would be honored to serve at your side.
And we at yours.
So, Wade, let us do our duty.
With pleasure, my lord.
I imagine this endeavor will require more than just our wits.
Then let's hope Sir Wade has a good quartermaster.
Tell us then, Sir Wade. What is your plan?
Nothing fancy. You, Lady Jill and I make for Buett Bridge, and provoke the main host at their encampment. Sensing an opportunity to end the Guardians, the Black Shields will call for reinforcements, who will be met from the rear by parties of my brothers hidden throughout the surrounding hills. This will allow us to wage battle on the bridge without fear of being overwhelmed. While the Black Shields have an advantage in numbers, you see, they prefer to fight in small units, which we can use to our advantage.
How small exactly?
Small enough, now that I have you and Lady Jill for company. I doubt I could have done this on my own.
But until we arrived, that was your plan. You haven't changed a bit.
So Wade, the bearers from Old Hill have been laid to rest.
Very good. Now make ready for battle.
これ昔の鎧っていうか制服っていうかロザリアの
Thank you, Sir Wade. Perhaps now they will find peace.
There is but one thing which will grant them peace. Putting an end to the Black Shields.
And so we shall.
May the blessing of the Phoenix go with you.
How long have you been pursuing the Black Shields?
Since they burned their first village. We tracked down the bastards responsible and fed their corpses to Stillwind. Suffice to say, that got their attention. It's been a game of cat and mouse ever since.
Come along now.
The bastards are lucky I didn't have mine.
There they are. On your command, my lord.
あれまだ折れなくて大丈夫？角突きは隊長だな。
What is it now? I told you!
We bear a message for the Vicereine. From the Guardians of the Flame.
Ha! You presume to tell us that a pair of filthy vagabonds, a woman and a dog, could guard aught against the might of the Black Shields? Then come! Die along with your flame!
結構直接的な表現してるぞ。
Forest area! Forest area!
あ、しかも全然言ってること違う。
Your petty revolution ends here.
ロザリアのためにとか超ロザリア。
Bloody hell! Reinforcements from the far bank!
Another wyvern to fight their battles for them.
あ、なんかいる。3か2回を増員来たよな。あいた、熱っ。あいた、あ、え
More dragons.
Worms. The Imperials aren't taking any chances. I can't say I'm flattered.
あれ増援はあ、違う。これあれだ。範囲攻撃だったな、そういえば。
A noble stand,
地味に。
albeit a misguided one. In taking it,
その膝の
you
脇
have
の
but
やつ
proven
は
our point.
動きづらくないかい？
This land
かっこいいけど。
is in dire need of cleansing.
Get him.
暗いから見えない。2回やってるんだろう。
This one. All yours, Morgul. Slow talk.
あれ？あ、ダメか。
So wait! There's no one left to keep them occupied. We need to finish this.
You mean finish him? Get him.
ミスター。
I don't see any more.
Nor do I. The plan worked.
なんでジロの正面から入った？
It bloody worked. We sent every last one of the rotten bastards straight to the mud. My, Lord, perhaps this will be enough to stop the Cullings. For the time being, at least.
Perhaps. Though I doubt my mother will take this loss well. She'll move swiftly to see her minions' ranks replenished.
And then it will all begin again.
こっちのレードは結構感情の起伏
I often wonder if the nation we once knew is gone for good.
ってくるな。
Her fields rot. Her people starve. We battled to preserve the flame that was, but for every foe we fell, another springs up in its place.
日本語の方は結構くたびれた感じ
Yet be that as it may,
で、
it is still our home.
こんな感じの意
And
味
we
だったけど。
must fight for it. As we always have, and always will. For as long as the Firebird's flame burns in our hearts, the Duchy cannot die. And her loyal subjects may dream of a day when the Rosarian standard flies over Rosalith once more.
So wait,
Think we should fall back to Port Isolde before the garrison sends reinforcements? A sound strategy, my lord.
ここからムービー連続するかな？
And how long has my uncle been funding you and your comrades' endeavors?
Since the beginning. Lord Byron was the first person I turned to after forming the Guardians. And had I known of this tunnel back then, I wouldn't almost have been hanged by the city guard for trying to sneak over the wall.
I suppose a formal request for an audience would have appeared suspicious.
And appearances must be maintained. Were the Vice-Regency to catch wind of Lord Byron's involvement in our movement, they'd seize his estate and send him to the gallows, where he would be of no use to anyone. And so, though it sickens him to the soul, he plays the part of the loyal lord, knowing that one wrong move might prove his downfall. It is why he remains ever vigilant. Don't be surprised if he refuses you an audience, especially since you're famously dead.
Then I will have to think of a way to prove that I am neither wraith nor wrongdoer.
I might have something which could help with the latter. It's the mark of the Guardians. Display it, and those who love Rosaria will know where your loyalties lie.
これ割とこの証は結構形式的で。
I shall wear it with pride.
Be sure that you do. I don't
も
want
ら
my
った
men
からクエ
attacking
スト
you
が受
again,
けるとかそういうのはないんだよね。
unless you deserve it. If only Sir Tyler could have been here to see
や
you,
っぱタイラーはダメだったか。
or the Lord Commander.
Thank you, Sir Wade. If there is ever anything you need.
I know. Go on now, my lord.
これしばらくムービーのはず。
How accommodating.
さて。
Do you really think they believe we are who we say we are?
Not a chance. Right, I guess. My uncle believes we're imposters here to rob him, and means to string us up himself.
Imagine my surprise when I was told my nephew had come to visit.
英語版ももう似たような声の人。
Clive Rosfield died long ago. And for uttering his name here, you shall pay with your tongue.
その人を引っこ抜いてやるみたいなこと言ってなかった今。
You would mock me as well?
さあ、どうなる?
It is I, Sir Crandall of Camelot, loyal servant to her serene holiness,
こっちは変えてない。
Saint Sybil, the Unshod. Meadow, thou vile sorcerer, for thy crimes against church and crown, I shall have thy head.
日本語版の時はちょっとオクターブ少し上げて演技してたけど、こっち英語版は変えてないね。
Curse thee, infectious flax wench. Even in death, must thou plague me still? Very well. I shall open the gates of hell, that thou might see thy charge once more.
Bravo, Uncle. You're still the finest Meadow in the twins.
Oh, Clive, my dear boy, it's really you. You always were fond of that scene from The Saint in the Sanctuary. Never did let me play Sir Crandall.
I have a favor to ask, Uncle Byron.
Rutherford, inform the kitchens. There'll be guests. We dine immediately.
Oh,
You can't very well regale me with the tale of your miraculous preservation on an empty stomach.
英語版は涙声をずっと維持してるね。
Sit.
割と日本語版この辺喜びが強すぎて
See
切り
that
替わっ
you
てる
use
け
the
ど
good plates, Rutherford. So you arrived late to one of her cullings, did you? Since becoming Vicereine, Annabella has been a constant thorn in Rosaria's side, but these atrocities are a new low. Something has changed. Quite what, I don't know, but the woman we knew is gone, and a monster sits in her place.
A monster.
モンスターって言ったよ。
For better or worse, I've been charged with governing this town, and thus must maintain the illusion of obedience. That's all I can do to aid Wade and his merry band of revolutionaries.
So he's told us. You have risked much for Rosaria. Our nation will be forever in your debt.
It has been 20 years, Clive. The nation your father and your forefathers fought to defend is no more. Perhaps it would be otherwise had I the courage of my brother. All right, if it's a ship you require, a ship you shall have. I've a galley in port, but recently relieved of her cargo. She can be outfitted for the voyage in a matter of weeks.
So you believe us then? About everything?
Believe you? Ha! Only a fool would believe even half of the things you claim. But until tonight, only a fool would have believed my nephew still lived. And besides, I have it on good authority that Clive is telling the truth.
Whose authority?
By your own, of course. You've always been a terrible liar.
Is that true?
It's not untrue.
I'd say no more about it, eh? It wouldn't do to linger on my nephew's greatest failing. The one thing I cannot believe, though, is all this about you being Sid. You were always such a good boy, but now you're quite the outlaw. Which, if I'm not mistaken, would make me an outlaw's uncle. Right then, who shall we pillage first? Rutherford, fetch me my cutlass. This will be fun.
楽しみって言ったな。あ、そうだ、まだあるんだった。
Over there. Go on.
She's a fine ship, isn't she? Once outfitted, she'll bear us across the boiling sea to Drustinus in the space of 3 days. Something on your mind?
Monsters. When I served the Iron Kingdom, I did so because I saw no other choice. Because once they learned that the lash would not move me, they turned it on those who could.
この剣はそんなに切れないって本来。
And so I became their puppet. I let them pull my strings, telling myself it was not my hand that swung the sword, but another's. I removed myself from the truth so I wouldn't feel the pain it caused. And before I knew it, I no longer felt anything. Anything at all. I had become a monster.
Jill.
I don't want to be a monster, Clive. Do you understand? I want to choose a different path, a better path. To live on my own terms. But before I can do that, I need to come to terms with my past.
と言いましたかな。
And when you do, I'll be standing there with you, just as you stood with me.
Thank you, Clive. I must atone for my sins. Only then, when it's done, will the monster cease to be.
Just promise me that you won't die with it. Now, let's get some sleep. The journey back to Benamir is long, and there is much to tell the others.
2度目だったな。オートイゾーって、あれ、あ、そうか、一回戻るんだっけ。あ、そうだ。船の準備をしたってだけで、いきなりそこから列号じゃなかったから。
Only the founder knows what awaits us in the Iron Kingdom. But Vivian could probably make an educated guess.
ラウンジ、あー、プラスが1個あるな。さあ、アップグレードも全部回収。これあれでしょ？ダンジョン飯でしょこのクエスト。あっちのプラスなんだったっけ？プラスクエスト、いやー、でも回収するんですよ、プラス。
How did we never knew
そうだ、これあれだ。
Clive! Oh, am I glad to see you?
ブラクソン絡みのクエストだったか。
It's Blackthorn. He ain't himself. And if I'm honest, he ain't been for a while. Normally it only takes a couple of drinks to perk him back up, but not this time. Something's getting him down. And whatever it is, he ain't telling. It's like he's lost his spark, you know? He's barely got enough fire in his belly to get the ump about stuff. But I'm thinking he might if we both bent his ear, because he respects you, innit? So, what you say?
Fine. If you think it will help.
I knew you'd understand.
But if he doesn't want to talk, we let him be. He'll open up when he's ready.
All right. Now, he'll only smell a rat if we both turn up at once. So, I'll go first, and you can meet us at the forge. Wait a bit, then head over when you're ready.
見た目の割になんか若い声な気がする。クエスト他に
How are you doing? Quick look.
ないか。
Seen enough? Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so. All yours. Best of luck out there, Sid.
ここの二人はちょっと癖のある喋り。あと増えた？増えてない。はいはい。あ、そうだ。 飛べるか？あ、飛べるな。ついでにあれか、ダンジョン飯も受けとくか。
I didn't take you for a scholarly van.
Oh, this? Well, it's Valisthea, a culinary pilgrimage. I borrowed it from old tomes. Seems there's no creature in the realm so foul it can't be cooked up into something delicious.
Think I'll stick to the unfoul ones, thanks.
Oh, where's your sense of adventure, Sid? Honestly, one glance at these recipes, and even you would trade in your sword for a butcher's cleaver. From spit roasts to sweetmeats, this book has them all. What I wouldn't give to bring these recipes to life.
If it's my blessing you're hoping for, then by all means.
Well, I'm no hunter, Sid. The first ton of worm I came across would be the death of me. But you're made of sterner stuff. Would you help me resurrect one of these recipes?
Something tells me you won't be taking no for an answer. Fine, I'll help.
Fantastic! Thank you.
So, dare I ask what's on the menu?
Chance's Stew. It was once a favourite among the gourmands of Oriflamme, if the author is to be believed. Though Molly's never heard of it. The only problem is that while the recipe is extremely detailed in most respects, it's infuriatingly cryptic as to the main ingredient. A beast, no doubt. Most likely something that would make easy work of a simple cook with more broth than brawn, but unwanted violets. I've no idea what they might be.
Does the book say anything else?
Well, only that the sweetest violets sprout atop the bed of roses.
Roses? Rosaria, perhaps? One of the butchers in Martha's Rest might know something. I'll ask next time I'm there.
E1 についてはチュートリアル編で出てきた初めてのペアラに似てるっていうのがツイッターに流れてて、
What subject shall we
似
consider
てる
today?
けどどうだろう。E1っている？あ、検索するがある。異物イサビル、あった。隠れ家で保護されたときは瀕死の重傷って言ったって、これ、あれだよね。あ、でも5年だから、初めてシドの隠れ家に行ったときに運び込まれた人だよね、おそらく。で、さらに、単語からペアラ。この人か。そう、この人に似てるという話だったんだよね。さあ、どうでしょう。まあ、似てるは似てるよね。ただ、モブだから似ちゃった説もワンチャンあるから、なんとも、それは。
That monster's taken quite a liking to Lady Karen.
あと、5年でしょ？確か、チュートリアル編から13年経ったよね。だから、その間にはちょっと年齢が合ってないんじゃないか、みたいなところはあるけど、でも、
First August, and now you. What are you pair up to? What's it got to do with me?
August was worried that something had been weighing on your mind. I thought you might want to talk about it.
Did you now? I told you not to stick your nose in my business. What'd you go and do?
Clive just wants to help, innit? What's so bad about that? Talk to him. You never know, you might feel better for getting it all out in the open. Please, mate. I'm worried about you.
Phil shut you up. It's nothing really. Stupid. Not the sort of thing you bother people about.
Why don't you tell us all the same?
Karen and I have an arrangement. I keep an eye on Goots, and she shows me what the competition's up to. Interesting arms and armor, things like that. Anyway, the other day, she shows me a cuirass she's come by. Masterpiece of level work. Light, supple, and tougher than it had any right to be. Made my stuff look like heavy, clumsy shit. I should have brought the bastard thing there and then just to study it, but I was too proud. Now, every time I reach for my hammer, I'm reminded that I'm not the craftsman I thought I was. There. You happy? You got what you came for. Now piss off.
All right. We're going.
セリフの量でいくらじゃないだろうから。
I always thought of old Blackthorn as a bit of a force of nature. Like a storm cloud full of ale. Didn't think anything could rattle him. Least of all a stupid piece of leather.
Blackthorn's always taken pride in his craft. Questioning it means questioning himself. Something tells me this is only going to get worse. If he has doubts, it will affect his work, which will only add to his problems. We need to nip this in the bud.
I couldn't agree more.
He said he should have bought that cuirass. Perhaps we should track it down for him. Assuming you're happy to help, that is.
Too bloody right I am.
Glad to hear it. First things first, then. We need to speak to Karen. Karen, do you have a moment? Blackthorn mentioned that you'd recently come by a leather cuirass. An exquisite example of the craft, from what he told us.
And he ain't been himself since he saw it. So we thought we'd buy it for him.
Sorry, sold it already. Didn't think Blackthorn cared for it the way he turned his nose up. But it was nicely put together, that's for certain. Even if the bloke who made it is a bit of an odd one. Happened across him on my travels. Makes all his stuff to order, but the fella who commissioned it refused to pay. He didn't like the colour of summit. So I took it off his hands for a fair price.
You don't know where we might find him, do you?
Like I said, he's a bit of an odd one. Doesn't even have a workshop. He don't trust hunters neither, which means he spends as much time out tracking beasties as he does working their hides.
I see.
He did tell me something, though. Apparently, his next commission's for a set of griffin hide greaves.
Here, there's a griffin on the hunt board. The curse breakers were placing bets on who'd bag it. Now, where the bleeding hell was it sighted? Somewhere in Sambrec, maybe... Care Northern, that was it.
Thank you, Karen. We'd be lost without you.
At least you admit it.
So, it sounds like going after that griffin might be the best chance we have of finding our roaming leather worker.
I'll leave the hunting to you if you don't mind. While you get on with that, I'll ask around the markets. See if I can't sniff out who he is and where he's hiding.
Good idea. Hopefully one of us will be able to track him down.
Typical nobles. How did we never hear about these guardians?
手配書は出てるってこれだな。どこだっけ？ザンブレイクのあれどこだっけ？あ、ちょっともう一回。正確にはあれか。 クエストマップ、マークが出ないんだっけか。ザンブ、ノルバントリテの西門。どっちがどっちだったか、こっちだっけ。違うよね、西門。こっちか。あ、違うな。ドラゴニー平均でしょ。あ、西もこっちだな。だからこの辺だったよな、確か。あれ、これクエスト出てないよな。
Good day to you. Sid.
It's all but spent.
The crystals we get from the tailor all but...
上上がって、あ、こっちだよな。ベネディクタのところに向かってった方。いつもなんかベネディクタのベーまで出るとベアトリーチェとかなんかそっちの名前が先に来ちゃって。すんなり出てこない。ベアトリックス。あ、ベアトリックスじゃねえや。ベネディクタ。ベアトリックスはないん。あと、ベアトリーチェってなんだっけ。喋っと言ったんだけど。この左か。注意な。あ、汁いおった。そうなんだよな。これサブクエ受けるタイミングを考えないと、トルガルしかいないとか割とありがち。
Griffins don't exactly make for easy prey. Let's hope our craftsman hasn't bitten off more than he can chew.
これ石灯かなんかこの辺にある？あるな。あれなんかね、拾った。あれ、あ、でもプラスじゃないのか。
Another worker will have to wait. Morgul, look sharp.
Over here! 早かった。あ、やばい。あれ？これ。あ、全然足りねえよ。
Nice try.
Over here!
早く。あ、届きたい。危ない。っていうか、あれ？出た。
This one.
Kill!
これが消えるっていう割とひどいことやばい早かった。
This one. Odin! Tiger!
また早いな。見えない見えない。あれ到着するなあれ。あ、やったか。あ、やっちゃった。飲酒部を決められなかったか。
Is something there, boy? Could that be our man?
見たらわかるような気がするが。
Are you all right?
Dare say I'll survive. That griffin caught me before I could get an arrow off. Must have lost sight of me in the grass, though. I'd be dead if it hadn't.
More likely than not.
幸運だったなって。
The name's Camille. I'm a lowly leather worker, if you couldn't tell by the smell of me.
Not so lowly from what I hear. Do you remember selling to a merchant by the name of Karen?
She's not an easy woman to forget. Bought a cuirass from me after I lost my buyer. quite taken with my work, as far as I recall. Didn't stop her bartering me down to a pittance, though. She sent you for a refund?
It's not her who sent me.
Well, consider me flattered.
You should be. He's a master of his art, and not an easy man to impress.
Blacksmiths are proud folk. It's a rare thing indeed for one to praise a glorified tanner. And I don't imagine an impressive swordsman like yourself would be getting your steel from any but the best. I'd dearly love to help a fellow craftsman, but... Well, actually, I suppose you could give him this.
What is it?
Treated leather. Same stuff I used to make that cuirass. If your man's as skilled as he sounds, he'll know what he's looking at.
You sure?
Well, you did save my life. And thanks to you, I'll be going home with all the griffin hide I can carry. I'd say it's the least I can do. Short of showing him how to make the thing myself, that is. But there are rules against it. Secrets of the trade and whatnot.
In that case, I'll see that he gets it.
I'd be much obliged if you would. Right. I've got some greaves to make. You send your blacksmith my regards.
絶対早死にするしそうな気がするよ。
Hopefully this will sweeten Blackthorn's mood.
次はマーサの宿だったよね。こっちはなんだっけ？あ、そうそう。ダンジョン飯。ゲテモノ食いの材料集めだったね。ちょっと薬の補充。
What are you after?
薬の補充。あ、結構使ったな。
Much obliged. There you go.
Thank you for sticking with us.
Those of us who are still here have to look after each other, don't we?
Ah, welcome. Times may be hard, but if you got the gill, I got the goods. What can I do you for?
Unwanted violets, if you have them. Though I'd gladly settle for learning what they are if you don't.
Why, I haven't heard folk call them that since I was a lad. You're looking for scorpion tails. Unwanted violets is what folk used to call them back in the day. They turn a wicked purple when you boil them up. Hence the name. Used to chuck them in the pot when there weren't nothing else on offer. When there was a war on, that sort of thing. Thankfully, times aren't yet as hard as that. And even if they were, you wouldn't find anyone selling them these days.
Do the scorpions still live nearby?
I dare say they do. 3 reeds would be your best bet, if memory serves.
Thank you. You've been most helpful.
この先だったわ。あ、違うな、後ろ。あれ？あ、いた。ジル、とっくに帰ったかと思ったら。おった。
ステーション。
ステーション。はいいんだけど。右だ。
After what the Empire did to Martha's lot, I'd be done.
Don't you go causing any trouble now.
ブラッドボックス。どこから来る？あ、正面から来た。
Ready, girl?
なってる？左手に行く必要あるか。いた。
Scorpions. Seems they know what I'm up against.
遠いな。あ Come on, come on, come on, come on. Q いるのっていうのは、あ、痛い。やられてるかな。すっごいなんか。
I better get this back to Yvonne before it goes bad.
新鮮。
Or any worse, at least. This should help.
あ、ミスった。なんか使っちゃった。サソリの尻尾を新鮮なうちに煮込んだらなんかいろいろ出てきちゃいそうな気がするけど。やっぱり力の薬使っちゃったよ。いいや、後で書いたし、先に報告。
Did you find our mystery ingredient?
I did indeed.
Marvelous! Let's see.
Marvelous.
What am I supposed to do with this? It's poisonous, surely.
You wouldn't be wrong. But that's your unwanted violet.
はっきり毒言うた。
Into the pot it goes, I suppose. Wait here. I won't be long.
煮込む音というか、なんかこれね、なんだろう。
I present Chance's stew, risen once again from the
ナスの煮
ashes
込
of
みに失敗した
obscurity. Grab a
やつみ
spoon,
たいな。
Sid. Let's eat while it's hot.
紫すぎだ。
Not hungry.
No hungry.
Well, it'll be too late once I've licked the bowl clean. Your loss. Odin's teeth. What the salt on the senses is like choking on swamp water. And yet, up through the pungency there rise complex, meaty notes. It takes a moment to recover from such an onslaught of flavors, but never have I tasted anything so fine. Thank you, Sid. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I must share this gift. I won't rest until a steaming bowl of Chance's stew sits before everyone in the hideaway.
草屋的な匂い
And
と
Molly
いう
will
よ
be
りは、
breeding scorpions of her own.
I'm sure she will.
シュールストレミングだっけ？ロシアのニシンの缶詰だっけ？超臭いやつ。あっちに近いんじゃないかって気がするんだけど。
That monster's taken quite a like.
And what can I do for you?
まだ草屋、まあ草屋匂い、強い匂いだけど、悪臭、
It's
まあ、
better I'll be here.
悪臭っちゃ悪臭だけど、でも生臭い
And with
匂
a
い
bit
と
of
か、
luck, Clive might even find the geezer.
その系統ではないよね。
How'd it go, Clive? Did you find him, or does the hunt continue?
I found him. And he asked me to give you this, along with his regards.
You're joking.
He said he wouldn't teach you how to work it, but that if you were as skilled as you sounded, you'd have no trouble understanding how it was done.
So that's his secret. Crafty bastard. He's layered and cross-grained it. Good few times, too. No wonder it's tough. And that's no ordinary oil he's used to get that finish. this is fine work. Even finer than I thought.
Yeah? I'll take your word for it. Just looks like leather to me. Still, I'm glad you're happy. Here, Clive. You didn't happen to catch the fella's name, did you?
Camille, I believe.
I thought as much. There ain't many leather workers in the realm daft enough to do their own hunting, see? And his name kept cropping up when I was asking around. Turns out he's from Tabor. And again, most leather workers are. But our friend Camille guards a long-held family secret, the details of which are the subject of some debate in the leather-working community.
Then we better keep this close to our chests.
ああ、まあでも、そっか、直視である必要はない。
Listen, sorry for putting the both of you to all that trouble. Should have kept my moaning to myself. Still, I'm glad you found him. This has cheered me right up.
That was the idea. Clive's idea, anyway. He did most of the work.
It's good to have you back, Blackthorn.
Just don't expect me to go turning out work like this. There's a reason he does his own hunting. He knows exactly what hides to look for. And that's how he gets them to layer up so nicely. And don't get me started on how much oiling this leather would need. But I reckon I can make something about as good. Something a Cursebreaker will have no trouble caring for. Anyway, enough narrowing. I've got work to be getting on with.
Looks like we won't be needing a new blacksmith.
As if there was a better one out there. I wouldn't have been the same anyway. No one spins a yarn like old Blackthorn in his cups. Right, now that's sorted, I've got duties to attend to. Thanks, Clive. You've given me my mate back.
まだだね。10万。どれ薬やと思ってたよな。
What do you need? What's that for you, dear?
What you made? うん、1。もう持ってるね。
And?
では、メインストーリー。
I could have sworn we had a few more. Typical nobles.
Back again, Lord Rossfield. I'm touched that you should find me such good company.
It is not your company, but your counsel that I seek on this occasion.
Ever the charmer. What will it be today, then?
The Iron Kingdom. I need to know what to expect.
You'll soon be setting sail for Drake's Breath, then, I take it. The mother crystal that rises from the boiling sea. There was a time when a true-blooded Rosarian had only to brave the waves to visit it. But then the Ironblood made their move. As you know, the Iron Kingdom rules over the islands to the west of Storm. Or rather, its church does. But this is not the pragmatic approach to state religion employed by the Holy Empire to manipulate the masses. No, the Iron Kingdom is the literal embodiment of the crystalline orthodoxy. And so, if one is to understand it, one must start there. As the name implies, the orthodoxy holds the Mother Crystals sacred, and they do not take kindly to heathens plundering the objects of their worship for the means to fill washtubs and light lamps with frivolous feats of magic. Indeed, the faithful consider ether a sinful thing, a poison no less. And to them, a dominant is an instrument of evil, albeit one they have proven only too happy to turn against their enemies. Some 80 years ago in Northern Storm, Drake's eye collapsed,
Soon after, in pursuit of ether and with the blight at their backs, the Northern Territories descended upon the Grand Duchy of Rosaria. And when the Shields of the Flame marched north to meet them, the Iron Kingdom spied an opportunity. A few short days later, the Crusaders landed on the island of Mount Justanus, home of Drake's Breath, and plucked it from the duchy's grasp. Rosaria tried to reclaim it, of course, but to no avail. I doubt more than a handful of duchy men have set foot on its shores in your lifetime. Nor are they like to again, under the Empire's stewardship, meaning the Iron Blood will keep their island. And with it, the foothold they need to march on mainland soil when next they spy an opportunity.
それでダルメキ、でもザンブレ国
The Mother Crystal is both the object of the Iron Blood's worship and their gateway to the continent, making Drostanus the holiest of holy grounds, from which the Orthodox Crusade shall one day sail forth to claim the remaining Mother Crystals, or die trying.
My father and my grandfather both traded blows with the Iron Blood for control of Drake's Breath. Had things unfolded differently at Phoenix Gate, we would have sent our entire fleet against them.
But instead, they sent their fleet against Rosaria, sacked the capital, killed the men, and captured the women, including Jill. I'd say you'd be forgiven for wanting a little revenge, Clive.
My only aim is to destroy the Mother Crystal. But thank you all the same. Not much else to do here. Let's see if Jill's ready.
Here for another of my lectures. How may I help you today? One must understand one's place in the world.
ザンブレイクのクリスタル治療、クリスタル治療進行、これはあれだよね。あ、もっと前か。ガルダ暴走、もっと前。ロザリガ渓谷。これが、チュートリアルでしょ？で、ザンブレイク、ロザリア島、で、ザンブレイクは併合されたよね。ザンブレイク統合されて、鉄王国と、こっちか。港から回って、これなんで日サ渓谷戦い。そもそも鉄王国何を狙ってこれここに進行したんだろう、進行したんだろう。ザンブレイクがここはあれでしょ？わざわざ海をぐるーっと回ってこっから進行した意味は何だったんだろう。これわかんないな。よくよく考えたら。まあいいや。
Very good.
Very good. なんか、なんだろう、ストーリーの都合？ストーリー上の都合か？
It will be over soon.
わざわざあんな演出をする理由がちょっとわかんないな。
I think so.
Jill, when you told me you had to come to terms with your past, you weren't talking about destroying Drake's Breath, were you?
No.
ダルメキアにはタイタンいるし、
The leader of the crystalline
ザンブレ
orthodox.
イクは
The man who made me do all those unspeakable things. I'm going to kill him. It's what I need to do to put the past behind me. What I need to move forward. And I know that I can do it. If you're there beside me.
Always.
And I'll be beside you
な
too.
んでだろう、鉄オークなんか
We'll bring down the
か
mother
ませ犬
crystal
じゃないけど
together. All while Sid looks on.
We'll make him proud.
国の姿勢の行動方針がちょっとよくわからない。まともに考えればだってこっからぐるーっと海を巡って旅して、こっから進軍して、オートを狙ったここに、でも、そうだよね、ここのマザークリスタルを実行支配するぐらい、なんて言うんだろう、ルール無用でやれんだったら、ここの自治領に突っ込んで、あ、でもここに穴あるか。まあ、ちょっとよくわからんな、やっぱ。そもそも喋ってる言葉もわかんないしな。あれ、イタリア語だっけ？あ、違う、スペイン語？
Useful trick. Freezing and thawing the spray to make mist. How did you learn to use your powers like this?
The masters made me do it. When the Crusaders took to the seas, to keep the fleet's movements from prying eyes. I'm fine.
No, you're not.
This may be the only chance I get to go back. My only chance to put things right.
右手だけ手袋してるのは剣を握るからなのか、そ
Whatever
れ
the
とも。
cost.
All right.
There she is. The Iron Kingdom's mother crystal.
Drake's breath. Strong currents, sharp rocks, and ether floods. Let's not forget them. This island is a natural fortress.
But safety breeds complacency, allowing a single rowing boat to slip in unseen. The sanctuary is inside the mountain. If we follow the old trail, we should be able to enter by the back gate.
All right. Let's go. I always imagined when I came here it would be to reclaim it.
It used to belong to Rosaria, didn't it?
Once, though it's been in the Ironblood's clutches for far too long.
As was I. For 13 years, this rock was my home. I know its secrets only too well. This path was abandoned after an ether flood. They don't guard it anymore.
The perfect little shortcut.
言ってること違うな。
They're all Akashic.
The ether flood must have spread. It was never as bad as this before. And the only way past them is through them.
Thank you.
Was that an earthquake?
They happen all the time. That wasn't even a bad one. It's nothing to worry about.
そこもと思ったらラップたまったどうなってるどうなってるいるね。いやーこいつかね。あ、外した。
Too slow.
Over here. Get him. Titan! Blizzard! Over here! Now, Torgal!
The old arboretum is just up ahead. We'll enter the caves from there.
あれなんつった今
Look at this place. What a mess.
Wait.
地味に取るからあれなのね。汁の方にひっついてるのね。汁がいるときは。
It's turned.
Nothing a shield of Rosaria can't handle. Just like old times.
Be sure to keep clear of his paw.
Believe me, I mean to. That's foul.
Don't breathe it in.
What's up?
Get him. This one.
slow. Sick.
やば。あれ裏ね。なんだろうな。届いたわ。届いた。あいた。
Nice try. Get him.
危ない。
Too slow. Get him. Go for it.
これか。
Get him. That's better.
タイミング合わないな。あ、タイミングだ。あー、ちょい足りない。あ、8番か。
こんばんは。初見です。
初見さんいらっしゃいます。
Press on.
Yes.
タイトルにあるように英語音声の日本語字幕でやってます。で、モードはファイナルファンタジーチャレンジモードでやってますよね。
It's like a furnace in here.
We're inside the volcano. You get used to the heat, though I don't remember it being quite this hot.
Was that one cause for concern?
It was. And they're getting bigger. Something's wrong.
This one. This one. Over here.
スーッと仕掛けてるやつだよな。風ついた。ボームがいる。
Go,
でいいのはまだ1か。出た。あ、で。
This one.
そっか、あれ残るんだ。
This one.
あ、違う。
Get him.
あ、ちゃちゃちゃちゃちゃ。やばい。
Go, Torgal. Over here.
間に合ってない。
This one. Torgal, kill.
あった。
Get him. Over here. Get him. I'm glad you're here.
いていていていて。
Sick 'em.
もう。
Fuck. Is there no other way across?
あれどのぐらい近い？
Quickly, before it melts!
This is going to be close.
ペローンってするって。燃えてるでしょ。足燃えちゃわない？
Let's not do that again.
No. That's not. They don't look too tough.
Perhaps not alone, but in numbers like these.
あ、ボールに届いてない。
Enough. This one. Go, Torgal. Over here. Attack.
1、8。
Sick.
あっち。
This one. All yours, Torgal.
こっちだ。
That's better. Drake's breath.
We're nearly at the oratory.
もうボス戦か。あ、もう一個あとプリン。
What the hell is that?
ゼリーだけど。
I have absolutely no idea.
あ、ダメだった。
Well, whatever it is, I don't think it's friendly.
あれ到着だ。あれタイムが合わないな、全然。あれいや、ほんとタイミングが合わないな。もう一体いる？
One of the demons. But they never leave the lava.
If I didn't know better, I think this volcano was about to erupt.
Why attack us then? They're peaceful creatures.
Then this one must be the exception. Get him! Too slow. Nice try. Too slow. Over here. This one. Let's try. This one. Get him. good, I'll wager. Let's try.
おいた。お空中コンボ。トカゲにやられると。あ、いや、もっと、あ、でも、よし。あ、じゃ。やばいやばい。うっかりポケモン使っちゃったな。お父さん間違えた。
Titan! All yours, Torgal.
どうだ。
You lose.
Oじいちゃん。
You hurt.
Just hot. Thank you.
Quite a commotion our friend made. Let's hope the guards didn't hear it.
The gate to the inner chambers is just up there. Then we make for the sanctuary. I need to finish this before the heat finishes me.
Hear, hear.
We'll enter the Comric by the Handmaiden's living quarters. It was always a hive of activity.
Sounds like we'll have a hard time staying out of sight.
We won't have to. There's someone there I should very much like to see.
Aれこの後、ああ、そっかそっか。リクイッドフレームか。なんだろう、鉄王国、なんかタイタンのイメージがなんか妙に。14の営業だな。違うんだよ。そうそう。なんか勘違いしちゃう。
Lady Marley. It's me. By the mother. Jill, it can't be. It is, my lady. We cannot talk here. Come with me.
決められてるかな。あ、変な愛想笑いしてたのこっちは。
I'm so glad you're safe.
And I you.
右手、やべえ。
Why ever would you risk coming back? Are you a fool, girl? Or have you grown tired of your freedom already?
Forgive me, my lady. But I had to come back. There are things I left undone. Tell me, where is the patriarch?
At this hour, he'll be in the Comric, giving thanks.
You mean
Oh, that fiend! Clive, we have to get to the sanctuary. Now. Lady Marley, you must flee this place, gather your things, and go. Now listen here, Jill.
We have company.
Yeah.
This way. Follow this passage. It leads straight to the comric. Go on, stop dawdling. Thank you.
一応ノックしてくれるんだね。
You were
実は
always so
OK
kind to me. My light in the darkness.
不審者の情報で駆けつけたなら扉蹴破ってもらえ
Take
ると
care,
思う
my lady, please. You deserve better than this. A long and happy life, promise me. I'll live if you promise to do the same.
こんな軽い扉でもないか。
Come on, Clive. We're nearly at the comrec.
All right. Here's our welcoming party.
I've had enough of their hospitality.
Over here! Farewell! Now, Torgal!
どこだ
Go, Torgal! Attack! Enough! Get him! Over here!
あときついところか。
Torgal, kill! Get him! Over here! Sick! This one!
Missed.
Go, Torgal! Over here!
Make it look easy.
3か。あれこっち違うんかい。行き止まりやった。こっか。ここ厄介だったような気がしたな。
How many of them are there?
Too many.
あー、つい。あ、いた。
This one.
出て。
This one. Let's try.
Yup. なんかやんでな。
Go, Torgal!
ード持ちが2体いっぺんに入れるのがすごい厄介。あれ食らってる今？なんかガードしてるか。あれ？どこだ？そっか。
Clive, there's something I need you to know. I saw the Patriarch do things no one should have to see. And so I swore that he would die by my hand.
I understand. I faced my demons, then you must face yours.
見えるな。
We're nearly there. Just one last push.
Dreaded song.
あいた。あ、まだ取った。あいた。
This one.
Let
darkness fall. All yours, Fogo. This one. Get him. Second.
Not going.早かった。
Shiva's dominant. Come to beg forgiveness for your failure.
For years I followed your orders, fought your wars, all to protect the children you took, just as you took me. And what did you do in return? You put them in chains and you slit their throats!
Fiend. Their souls were sullied with a stain of ether. I merely cleansed them of their corruption. A penance paid, just as the Holy Mother wills it! Repent, abomination! For a monster like you to set foot in the Holy Cymric is in itself a crime deserving of death.
You're right. I am a monster, and my soul is stained black. Though not by ether, but by the evil of men like you, who made me close my heart and drown in darkness when I should have raged against it. This is my penance. I will be your monster no more, nor will I suffer you to create another.
Does the beast bare its teeth at its master? Come then, dominant. Rage, be as you have ever been. A monster!
And what are you, Imran? I was forced to kill. You do it by choice. But never again. I bowed to you once. Now it is you who shall bow to me!
Kill them.
Now!
Right!
How it felt. Why can't I do it?
転がるやべちゃ
Please, just once. She won't be able to hold that lava back forever.
あっち
We better make this quick.
あれ避けた避けてないな あれ避けなかったてかまた違う
Guess we're all ready.
されんぞ避けられてないよ避けれてないな学習しねえな2発目があんだよ
This one. Nice try. Thanks, boy. That's better. This one.
You'll get that.
We're all ready. Over here. This one. Get him. Damn it.
すまないあ、ゴーって言ってくれるわ
All right. I won't take long.
日本語の方は何も喋れなかったのにあれやっぱ合わねえなあ、飛びかかる あれ食らっとるよ。あ、
I needed that. This one.
Over here!
さてどういうやるのか。あだやばーくそあれよくねあの携帯で半分以上減らねえんだな。あ、ボタン間違ってる。マジか。
Over here! You're finished.
Yuck.
Jill!
I'm going to finish this, Clive.
いや、リアルだな。
Here. Use this.
間違って切っちゃうね。 悲鳴が出たな。
Are you watching, Sid? We're one step closer to freedom.
The crystal. What did you do to it?
Oh. We destroyed it.
What? What?
What?
Monster! Monster! Do you have any idea what you have done?
I do, Father.
I have killed the monster and become an outlaw.
May the blessing of the crystals go with you.
It's over.
そうか、ここで今の殺してるのか。
It is.
And Shiva exacted her price.
She did.
Again, the burden fell to you.
And I bore it willingly. This was a sin for which I had to atone. Now I can continue at your side with my head held high. Clive, look.
It's just like the one at Phoenix Gate. Damn it. We need to leave.
Agreed.
おっと。
I kept my promise, and now you keep yours.
近いようであんな敵でたどり着くんかな。割と距離あると思うんだが。
This way, Your Grace.
あ、周りの人ちゃんとあれなんだね。気にかけてくれてんだね。薬はいらんか。
You're bleeding. I have a tonic which will.
I thank you for your kindness, truly. But I assure you, I will survive. Please, save your medicines for those who need them most.
Oh, well, if you're sure.
商売のチャンスが。
For a moment there, I felt my brother's presence.
You did.
I fear he is in Ultima's thoughts again. But why now, after 5 years of silence? I cannot keep him sealed away much longer.
Your Grace.
Do not dirty your hands. Look at them all. Like a river flowing to the sea.
Or moths to a flame, perhaps. The crystalline dominion their light in the darkness. More and more lose their homes to the blight and set out in search of sanctuary, while others lose their fortunes to the Dalmekian levies and leave to find new livelihoods. What is it that you seek in the Dominion, Your Grace?
Oh, Dion Lesage.
You mean the Crown Prince of Sanbrec?
He has many titles. Dion the Bold, Prince of Dragoons, Odin's Nemesis, or simply Bahamut. I met him once, when we were children. He was a chivalrous soul even then, and has served his empire indefatigably ever since.
And you are confident that he will listen to what you have to say?
Our world lurches ever closer to the abyss, and a hidden hand ushers us onward. Ultima's influence extends to every nation, Sanbrec included. If His Highness is the man I believe him to be, and I pray that he is, this truth will not have escaped his notice. As the mother crystals fall, the eternal flame wavers, and the azure sky begins to bruise. How lucky we were to be blessed by the crystals, and yet how spoiled. Like canaries in a gilded cage, growing fat on seed. But now, the bars are closing in, and we must take flight. Painful though it be to leave our home behind, it is what we must do to be free. Which is it that men cannot live without? A blessing that leads to damnation, or a freedom that leads to deprivation? I do not yet know the answer to that question. Do you, Clive?
Your Grace, let us find a place to rest a while. We can return by the Dalmekian trail once you have recovered your strength. I realize your duty is pressing, but if your health should fail...
I know. Thank you, Yoto.
胸はだけたまま歩かせるのか。置いてってない？スカーフ。
Army's attempt to breach the Empire's defenses and gain the Isles of Ark has failed yet again.
Only because your fleet has proved as impotent as a eunuch on laying night. Would you rather we simply fell back to the capital?
Enough, both of you. All here agree that the Empire cannot be allowed to maintain its illegitimate claim on the Dominion. However, our casualties mount with each passing day.
There is a literal sea twixt you and your prize. The armies of Sanbrec need but sit back and watch as you harmlessly lap against their walls. They are dug in like ticks and seek to draw out this siege, knowing the capital's stores are nigh bottomless. And what of our wise rulers? Goaded into war without any thought as to what chaos it might reap. Republican soldiers starve while waiting for orders from Randalar.
If you would but take the field, their bellies would be full by nightfall.
If I take the field, so too will Bahamut, and our duel will shake the island to its foundations. Instead of liberating the Dominion, you would doom it to destruction. Unless that is what you desire.
If our learned advisor has a solution to propose, we should be glad to consider it.
やっぱ微妙にあれだね。タバコ吸ってねえでなんちゃらみたいなこと言ってたな。
Is that the Emperor's?
What is the meaning of this, Lord Kupka?
What it means is that I am disinclined to advise you any longer. Ah, the looks on their faces when you walked through those doors. A perfect picture of stupefaction. They could not believe their eyes. Though I confess, I had my own doubts whether or not you would accept my invitation. Such shocking news. Sid isn't a son of a whore. He's the son of an empress. Your own dear Clive.
Absurd. Who fed you these lies? I have never spent a moment among criminals, save at the gallows. I came here with my son, not to entertain your baseless accusations, but to put an end to the senseless hostilities between our nations.
Very well. You need only agree to the terms I set out. Sid took the life of someone dear to me, a woman by the name of Benedicta. I swore to take his in turn. This would not be disagreeable to you, I take it. You would finally be rid of the stain on your noble name. In return, I will leave Sanbreque in your capable hands. Your Imperial Majesty.
And all for the love of a common whore. Dominant or no, one cannot hide one's breeding. And beasts will ever belong with beasts. There are greater things in store for you, my darling Olivier. Soon enough, you shall be the crown prince of Sanbreque. And when your father goes to meet Great Griga, you shall be emperor of all you survey. The old order shall come tumbling down, and you will rebuild the world in your glorious image. Soon.
What age? 7歳 ?8 歳
She's been in there for hours.
じゃあも
Something must be wrong.
10年後。あ、うわ。来たんか。ここで区切るかなってサブクエがあるけども。一旦ここで区切りますか。はい。どうするか。セーブどれだこれかほい。これっちか。じゃはい。お疲れ様です。はい。今週は今日で終わりですね。はい。次回は、7月24日月曜日、から、ペルソナ3の続きをやっていきます。で、来週の金曜日、7月28日はまた今回の続き、第5回ですね、になってきますんで、毎週金曜日は FF ということで、やっていきます。それでですね、来週はちょっと、水曜日か。水曜日はちょっと、自分定期的な、通院日になるので、ちょっと朝早いんですよ。なので、ちょっと7月の25日の配信はちょっとお休みにさせていただきます。すいません。っていう形なので、来週は月、水、木、金と、いう形になります。はい。こんなとこですかね。週末、なんか週末になるとまた暑くなるみたいなのが続いてますけども、ちょっとね、水分取りながら、体調気をつけてお過ごしください。週末もね。はい。びっくりした。なんだ。びっくりした。クライブ放置したらクライブあくびしたよ。はい。結構生々しかったけど、すっげえなんかゾクッとしたんですけど。はい。なんだっけ。はい。最後に、YouTube の方ですね、チャンネル登録と、あと、ニコニコの方は、ユーザーではなく、コミュニティの方のね、登録をお願いします。で、コミュレベルが上がってもらくれると、機能開放がね、タイムシフトの保存期間が伸びたりとか、なんだったら、するので、そうなると、ひょっとしたら一元放送に切り替える、ニコニコだけの放送に切り替えるかもしれないですね。でもどっちにしてもあれか。プレイ記録の側面もあるんで、結局両方やるよか。はい。こっちの話で、恐縮です。はい。ということで、長い時間ね、4時間今日ですね、ご視聴ありがとうございました。次回は7月24日、ペルソナの続き、ペルソナ3の続き、やってまいりますんで、よろしかったらね、いらっしゃってください。よろしくお願いします。それでは、今日はこの辺で失礼いたします。おやすみなさい。